dreams keep flying away. As somewhere far beyond, keep chasing them and I never rest for a day. There's something I don't do. I feel the wind blowing my face, but that's alright. I smile at people passing by. Some smile back, some might not. I'm always looking for a shade when it's hot. I've been low key and I'm trying to stop. God, I'm feeling good. Yeah, but when off I go. Really afternoon, it's a fast boy. Looking at the skyline, looking back at my life, and I gotta say it's one of a kind. Yeah, but when off I go. Really afternoon, it's a fast boy. Looking at the skyline, looking back at my life, and I gotta say it's one of a kind. It's been a while since I ran into you on a street. I wonder if you moved. Hope everything is going amazing for you, and you're not feeling blue. I feel the rain pour down my face, but that's alright. I smile at people passing by. Some smile back, some might not. I'm always looking for a shade when it's hot. I've been low key and I'm trying to stop. God, I'm feeling good. Yeah, but when off I go. Really afternoon, it's a fast boy. Looking at the skyline, looking back at my life, and I gotta say it's one of a kind. Yeah, but when off I go. Really afternoon, it's a fast boy. Looking at the skyline, looking back at my life, and I gotta say it's one of a kind. I slip to the right, bind it to the blue. I slip to the right, bind it to the blue. I slip to the right, bind it to the blue. I slip to the right. God, I'm feeling good. Yeah, but when off I go. Really afternoon, it's a fast boy. Looking at the skyline, looking back at my life, and I gotta say it's one of a kind. Yeah, but when off I go. Really afternoon, it's a fast boy. Looking at the skyline, looking back at my life, and I gotta say it's one of a kind.
Good afternoon. Let's jump into this. We was doing this, so let's start this guy back off again. Is that the only one? Nope, we were doing this one too. Start this guy back off. And there we go. We're back farming again. You might hear some of the same tracks today. You know, in music. I took NFX off the playlist because one of my past live streams, funnily enough, a farming sim, got a content claim on it. It's a copyright-free song. I don't know how you can content claim a copyright-free song, but some chump did. So I've removed NFX because it was one of his songs. But now we're only going to be playing no copyright sounds tunes. But that does mean I've had to download a bunch, which I did yesterday. But not enough. I only have like 110. I think I had around 300 songs with NFX's 200 and odd and the 30 odd, 40 odd that I had from no copyright before. So I've got to download a lot more songs. Right now, I kind of went to their website and I downloaded a bunch of drum and bass, some electronic, and forgot what the other one was. Anyway, I've got like trap to go through and house and various other genres to go through. I also updated the information on the player, so it now tells you what track it is, whether it's a drum and bass song, electronic song, or, you know, whatever. Oh, and I set up the Christmas stuff. So we have a nice little tree. Which I got from Free Pick. Some guy put it up there. I need to put a credit to him somewhere, but I just don't know where to put it. Maybe in the description after stream, but I can't really do it now. But we get this field done. I've still got to fix it, haven't I? God damn. I don't quite know how I'm going to fix the field with the error on it. Next week we should be back to a proper full schedule. So Monday and Tuesday and Thursday and Friday streams. And hopefully talk to, if Jealousy's not bored of it already, talk to Farming Sim on Friday, Power Simulator 2. I really should play Battlefield 6 more. I paid a lot of money for that game and I got bored of it. I might try and get back into it a bit. Got the battle pass to finish and I've got like, I don't know how many weeks are left because I haven't played it for a couple of weeks. But Hogwarts Legacy was free on Epic yesterday, so I grabbed that today. I can finally play it. I've got to do all the editing tonight for YouTube for next week. I got 2 of them edited. I did 2 edits this morning. I've got another 4 to go. He's emptying. Running in this game is weird. You don't actually run much faster than you walk. It doesn't seem it anyway. What the goat's doing. Okay. Oh, look at that little baby having fun. Little baby goat having fun. We're close to having our first pallet of buffalo mozzarella cheese. Nice. Oh, there's a bit there that got missed as well. I didn't see that. Then we're going to have to do something a bit drastic and try and figure out how to fix that. I have an idea. I have a feeling that if I for instance, so this is the bugged patch here. It couldn't cut it because it's on a concave. It's lower in the center than it is at each edge. So if I take it from here and level it one level to here, so in other words, bring all of this up to this level here, and then I go to smooth and smooth the edge again, it shouldn't have a concave because it will be high, and then when it smooths it, it will just lower it but not make it a concave. It should make it a, what's the opposite to concave? I don't know. Convex. And then basically got to do the same here because these ones get missed as well. But basically got to do exactly the same to this whole area here. It's a pain. It's annoying to have to do that because of a bugged field. Basically what's happened is it's where this has been raised, so where the map maker's raised this and then left this dead flat, it creates this concave effects. Then because it's like that, the cutter can't cut it. So it fails at doing its job. It's basically a bugged map, effectively. If I raise it now, I'm going to wipe out the field anyway. So I'll do it a bit later. Right, let's cancel this guy. And now I'm going to have to try and cut this myself. It would normally have gone round here. It might work from this direction, but it doesn't work from the other direction. No, see, it's not cutting it at all. It should cut it from this direction because this direction is flat left to right. There you go, it's cutting it fine. Maybe I'll fix it one day. Now I've got to do the same with all these. And then I'll have to manually pick them up with the other machine because it won't. It's following the same path, so it won't do it. It's just a lot of messing around. You should be able to just set the AI worker off and you should just go and do it, but because the map has bugs in it, it doesn't work. Broken. And easily avoidable if the map was properly tested before it was released. Done. We can go park this up now. Then we just got to wait for the other guy to finish. I think I'll do it next time it needs lime. Next time it needs lime, I'll fix those. I'll try and fix those things again. I've already tried to fix them a couple of times and I made them better and now they seem to have got worse again. I don't understand how that happened, but I knew I was going to crash there. Where did I put this last time? Hey, Rocky. Haven't been on in a while. Yeah, you haven't been on in a while, have you? You've been slacking. Might as well fill this up. What's its tyres like? Tyre wear 57%. We'll give it a little bit of maintenance. You're getting a new PC? Nice. When are you getting a new PC? About a month. Oh, about right now the parts are coming in. Okay. Nice. What did you get? 7500F and a 9060 XT. Nice. Yeah, I'm still toying with the idea of upgrading mine again, but it's a lot of money. Bearing in mind I only did an upgrade like a year and a half ago. It's a lot of money. Get myself the best graphics card, the best processor, and that will do me for the next 10 years. Yeah, RAM prices are a little fucking nuts right now. I might not upgrade yet. I don't know. I haven't decided. I mean, there's nothing wrong with my setup. My setup's fine. Yeah, see, that's the only problem. I would have to probably buy more RAM because, like, I'd have to, like, if I wanted to reuse this processor in this graphics card, I'd have to buy another motherboard and at least one stick of RAM, right? For the, you know, so I can have another computer. Like, I've already got one, but if I took my 10, 11-year-old at this point Intel stuff out, and then bought a motherboard, RAM, and put this processor and card in it, that'd be basically my 4080 system, 4080 super system back up and running, and then switch this out to a 5090. But don't really have a use for it, apart from I could turn it into an editing machine. And then that way I could continue playing games while it's rendering videos out, because I'd have a separate editing machine. 50 series ain't that nice now. Yeah, I mean, it's not, it's good, but it's not great. My card is so the 5070 Ti is only the 5070 Ti is only 5% faster than my card that I have now. 5%. It's not worth the money. It's not worth upgrading to a 5070. So if I'm going to upgrade, it has to be either to a 5080 or 5090. Well, yeah. If you want a 5070 Ti, just go buy a like for cheap. You could potentially just buy a previously owned 4080 Super, and you'll effectively have one because they're the same. They're no different. We might never get to see 50 super cards. Yeah. We'll see. I mean, as I said, if I'm like still around, you know, if I'm still alive, maybe at some point I'll get a 60 series card when they come out, but we'll see. As I said, there's lots of things I could do right now. Like literally I could just go and buy a 5090 and everything that I wanted for the upgrade like right now, but I'm still debating it. It's still like, should I? Probably not. I should probably wait until something better comes along, because then it will actually be a full-blown upgrade for me, you know. No, if they're freaking expensive. I told you, like, so just to get the 5090, so like the best graphics card, the best processor, and a 1200 watt power supply was £3,000. Was over £3,000. Not cheap, and most of that was graphics card. You know what I mean? It was like 2,000 for the graphics card. The rest was the processor and the other. The processor's only, I think, 400 and something, and the graphics card's over 2,000. Just demo, yeah, demo. What? Sorry, Brody, I don't understand what you mean. The 5090 is a scam. We used 4090 better. Yeah. Well, as I said, if you get a 4080 Super, you effectively have a 5070 Ti. So, you know. Name of the game above. Did you? Okay. Did you say the name of the game before you said just demo yet? Because if you did, it's not on my screen. I literally cannot see it. Yeah, I've just got 2 lines from you, so I don't know if maybe Google messed up or something. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, all I saw was just demo yet. That was the first thing that you said to me, and even on YouTube chat, it only says that. It doesn't say anything above it. So yeah, something went wrong. That's why I was like, huh? That makes no sense, you know. Well, as I said, Hogwarts Legacy was free on Epic yesterday, so I grabbed that. And while I was there, I installed F1 Manager 24 because I hadn't played it, and I was like, I really do like Formula 1, so I was like, I want to see. Yeah, if you got Epic Games, Rocky, Hogwarts Legacy is free right now. I got it this morning. It came out yesterday. It's free. They give you like 12 games over Christmas. They do like a 12 days of Christmas where they give 12 free games, and they normally pretty good. I don't know when it started, but I do know that I didn't check it for a few weeks. So I checked yesterday. No, I checked today, and it was Hogwarts Legacy, which I kind of wanted for a little while. But I've had to, what else did I do yesterday? You know, we had the funeral on Thursday, on Wednesday. Yesterday I was downloading new music to play in the background. I dropped NFX from the playlist because some chump decided to content claim one of his songs. I can't remember the name. They're not important. But someone claimed a copyright song as content ID because they're idiots. And they didn't give me even a reason. There's no reason for them to have claimed it that I can see. So I dropped NFX and now I'm going over to just no copyright sounds completely. But I downloaded a bunch of songs yesterday, like 100, and I've only got like 110. So I need to get like another, 200 basically to make sure I've got a lot. Sin for Demon, you wish you had Farming Simulator 25. Yeah. Well, it's been on sale. It has been on sale. Did you not pick it up then? I can't remember when it was last on sale, but it has been on sale. I think it was on sale really recently. I don't think it's on sale now. Store page. Technically it's not on sale, but there is a bundle. You get 15% off if you get the year one bundle, or that's what it's telling me. That's a lot of money though. I mean, I paid £70 for it because I pre-ordered it. I'm just annoyed that they've already done a year 2 season pass already, which I don't have, so I got the year 1 season pass with it. Yeah. It definitely is a lot of money. The Steam oh yeah, it could be on the Steam Christmas sale, Demon. I'd keep an eye on it. I'd stick it on your wish list and keep an eye on it. Because if it comes up in the Christmas sale, you'll get an email saying that it's on sale. They gave Farming Sim away on Epic once before. Not 25, I don't think it was. I think it was 22. I think they gave 22 out on Epic once for free. So if you really want it, that's a couple of places to check. Put it on your wish list on Steam, and then you'll get an email telling you when it's on sale. And keep an eye every Thursday. You'll have to convert the times, but every Thursday at 4 PM GMT, like UK time, Epic release a free game. And Farming Sim 22 was on there once before. So they might put Farming Sim 24 at 5 on there. It'll probably be the base one, obviously, but it's still free. I've not played it yet, Rocky. As I said, I downloaded it this morning, but I haven't actually played it yet. But they've got a thing on at the moment. If you play 2 hours of it, you get something free or something. A chocolate, I don't know, a chocolate egg or something. I don't know, something. It tells you at the top of the game store. Possibly. Possibly. It's just an incentive they're throwing out, obviously. But I might play it. I might play it a little bit after stream. We'll see. Or it'll be the weekend, because I still have 4 videos for next week to render. So like to edit and render for YouTube. And then I've still got to download another 200 songs for the playlist, stream playlist, so that it's a lot more, you know, a lot more tunes to listen to. Your Epic launcher is glitched to the right of the pages off the screen. Oh dear. Well, now you know why Steam's the market leader, right? And will always be the market leader. I can't see any other launcher beating it. There's like, it's got one of the best launchers and programs and probably a bajillion games on it, which none of the others have. So... We need King Gaben to be immortal. Yeah. I'm toying with the idea of getting a Steam frame, but I haven't fully decided on that either. Mainly because it's not cheap. It's comparable with other ones, but it's not cheap. And I've got to justify if I'm going to use it enough. I mean, it might get me into doing Beat Saber and stuff and get myself a little bit more fit, because I sit on my arse all day playing games, making content, streaming. I work from home, so I sit on my arse all day for that as well. So getting something like Beat Saber and having to jump around the room might make me... a little fitter. But yeah, the Steam frame is going to be like, I don't know, £600 to £800 or something. Or $600 to $800, I think it was. So it'd probably be like £500 to £700, but we'll see. But I might get one. I mean, there's some other games that I can use with it that'd be pretty cool. Like, imagine like Farming Sim or something like that. Farming Sim Euro Truck, where you have the frame on, like the VR set, and when you look round the cab, it shows directly like you looking around a cab, like you're literally in the cab of the vehicle you're driving. It's like, that would be just so cool. I probably couldn't do a Euro Truck because I fall asleep on long, boring journeys, and even if I'm driving, that happens. So I'll probably still fall asleep and crash. But being like this and being able to look round would be pretty cool in a VR set. No, I've never had VR before. My son's got VR for his PlayStation 4. I think he's got it. He wants to get the PlayStation 5 one. But I played, I think, like 1 or 2 games of his for a short time. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, you got to remember some of the VR. Well, I mean, there must still be a market for it. There has to still be a market. Otherwise, I'm sure Steam wouldn't be making a frame. If the whole genre was dying, I doubt Steam would even bother making the frame thing, you know? Like, they would have done their market research, and their market research would tell them whether it's worth it or not. But you also have to remember the frame's going to be... It's effectively a computer you wear on your head, right? So some games will just load directly onto the frame. You don't need a computer to run it with. Whereas a lot of the others, it requires a computer for you to plug it into. But the frame's going to be a standalone unit. So you install a game onto it and then play that game. But we'll see. I could always buy one and probably, I'd imagine that it's a hardware device, so I would imagine that there's some sort of refund period, probably a month. You can probably get to try it for a month, and if you end up not liking it or you don't use it a lot, then you can just send it back and get a refund. How many acres is the field that I'm currently on? Well, I have a habit of, I like big fields. I like using relatively big equipment. And there's a couple of reasons for that, because you know the Amazon Condor, it used to be called the Condor, but the Amazon Condor Cedar, the one that like opens out like wings, right? I usually use that one, and I edit it to make it multi-grain, so it can plant everything in the game. Just that one cedar can plant everything in the game. So because I enjoy playing with larger machinery, I play maps with larger fields, or I make fields larger. For instance, this one, this brown bit here, this is the original field, and what I done is it wasn't straight, so I straightened the edge up. It also at the edge of this bit of field here, it went straight down and then straight along, and I added a bit there. I've also cut that corner there, but then added a little bit around the edge. Like I basically cut it a little closer to the trees. And the same with this one. This was 2 fields. And I made them into one. Because the farm originally started here. And I thought it was a bit stupid to have it in the corner because you're miles away from everywhere. The shop is here for your equipment. Most of your drop-off points are like down here. So having a farm here was a dumb idea, in my opinion. So I basically deleted everything that was there and moved the farm to over here. And to do that, as you can see, this number 4 field actually went round here. So I cut that bit off. I then cut this corner off because it was too sharp. But as you can see right here, I'm outside of this line. So I cut this closer to the trees again and then just joined it into one big field. So it's a bit hard to say, but this specific field, the area is 52.22 acres. Not including that little bit there, of course. And then like 4 was here and 5 was here. But as I said, I rolled them into one. I generally do. I always kind of roll them into one. I prefer bigger fields. I mean, it takes a hell of a lot longer to do anything. Like one field takes me longer than a stream to complete. Oh, excuse me. But I don't mind that. Little fields can be annoying because it's like, oh, do this tiny little field, go on to the next tiny little field, go on to another tiny little field, you know? So I just prefer to do thingy. Like, I've played this for a long time and I know a lot of the tips and tricks for it. Like, the best crop to do if you want money is soybean. Just do soybean and you'll make millions. I make millions every year just doing soybean. I've got this field, this field and this field, all soybean. And then a grass field because of my animals. So 3 fields. That's it. That's all I've got. Three fields. And I make like 5 million plus a year every time I sell my crops. Yeah, I wish I was in real life, Rocky. That's for sure. If I was a millionaire. Cotton's a lot of work. So things you've got to take into account is like your initial layout, right? So in Farming Sim 25, I'm not going to beat around the bush. In Farming Sim 25, spinach is actually the most profitable crop out of all of them. However, to do spinach, the cutter is only certain wide, so it's only a certain width wide, and it's the only cutter you get. So it's like 3 meters or something. So it's very small, and it costs 500,000 for the machine. Right. So if you want to do spinach, you're buying. This is your spinach harvester. And that's the only thing you can use for it. That's it. That's what you get. That's all it is. And as you can see, it's 3.5 meters wide. Which means that if you have a field my side, it will take you a week of actual playing, a week of IRL playing to do the field. And your initial layout is over 500,000. So you already have to have money, right? Now with soy just requires a normal harvester. Okay? And a normal header. So you can buy a normal harvester and a very lot like wide header. This is 15.2 meters and you can get it done quickly. Now, the correct way to do Farming Sim 25, because they added the MacDon, didn't they? They added the MacDon windrower, right? Is how I'm doing it. So you use the MacDon windrower with this cutter to harvest, and then you go over it with a harvester with the other MacDon cutter, and that will thresh it, because when you cut it with a MacDon, you get more crops. So you get a higher yield if you cut it with the MacDon and not just a straight harvester. So the way I'm doing it gives me the maximum amount of crops and the maximum amount of money in the game, like you can get. Obviously it's two machines, so it takes that little bit longer because you have to go over it once and then go over it with another machine. But if you do it like I do it, you can, like if you've got Courseplay, you can set this machine up to think it's as wide as the MacDon is, right? And then this will follow the MacDon. You can literally set the MacDon off and set this off directly after it, and they both do the field at the same time. And this will follow the same trail that the MacDon makes, if you do it correctly, if you set it up correctly, like I have. And then it doesn't take twice as long. It only takes a little tiny bit longer because of the gap between. This machine's slower than the MacDon. So the little gap between the MacDon and this. That's the only bit of slack. So I said I've been playing Farming Sim since 2009. Farming Sim, or I think it was called, the one I had was actually the German version, which was Landschwarz or Simulator or something. But it's basically Farming Sim. But Farming Sim 2009 was the first one I played. A not legit copy because I didn't know if I was going to like it. So I downloaded it and tried it and I fell in love with it. And then I bought 11, 13, 15, 17, 19, 22 and now 25. And I'll probably buy 27 when it's out. And depending on what else they add will depend on how I buy it. Like I bought this one, pre-ordered this one at its full £70 or £72 it was, for this and the season 1, because they'd added a bunch of stuff to it. They added more crops, they added more animals, they added more machines, they added a lot of stuff. But if they go to 27, when they do Farming Sim 27, if they only add one crop, then I'll go and buy it at the cheapest place possible, because they, in my opinion, they haven't put enough in it for me to waste money on. So instead of paying £70 for it, I'll go and pick it up for £15 somewhere, because the more they put in it, the more it makes it worth it. The less they put in it, then the less worth it has. Think about it. It's like any game, like anything, really. If Bob made a game and he charged you £20, right, and you bought the game and it was good, fantastic. If Bob then comes along a couple of years later and makes the same game but with one extra thing in it and tries to charge you £30, you're likely to say, fuck off. It's only one extra thing. If he doubles the stuff that's in the game, so if he's got 20 assets in it and he doubles it to 40 assets and then tries to charge you the tenner, you're more likely to buy it because it's got more in it, right? It's just how it goes. And I also buy games based on it's my own rating system, but it's based on how much fun am I going to have, because that's what games are for. Games are there to have fun. So if you're playing a game and you're not having fun, 1, you're either doing it wrong, or 2, it's just not the game for you. Simple as that, right? And every now and then you're going to buy a game that you don't enjoy, And you're going to sit there wondering why you wasted your money on it. And that's just how it comes, right? Once in a while, you're going to buy a lemon, right? But then you'll buy those other games, let's say Minecraft, for instance, where you'll pay, if you was an alpha adopter, you'll pay £5 for it. I think I paid £8 for it or something. And then you'll get 1,000 hours into it, and you'll be like, that was well worth the money. For £20, even, what is it now, £25 to buy Minecraft? If you buy Minecraft now and you put 100 hours into it, that's 25p an hour. Right? If you put 200, then it's 12.5p an hour. If you put 1,000 hours into it, you're down to probably less than a penny an hour that you've spent. And that's the way I look at games. I look at them and go, this game is £30, which means I need to get like 60 hours plus out of it to make it worth my while. Right? So then if I pay £80 like I did with, say, Battlefield 1, pay £80 for the game, and then I only put 60 hours into it, I've wasted my money because I spent more than I got enjoyment out of it. Now with Farming Sim, I generally, I'm sure there's still more I got to pick up. I don't know why it folded. But with Farming Sim, it's like, I can tell you actually, if I open up my Steam and I go, and you will see the recurring pattern here. Where are we? Right, so on Steam, I don't have 9 or 11 because they were out before Steam was a thing, or at least 9 was, and maybe I missed it on 11. Anyway, Farming Sim 15, I put 106 hours into it. 17, 443. 19, 864. Oh, here's 13 is here. 13 I did 66 hours. Farming Sim 22, 1,122 hours. And I paid £15 for Farming Sim 22. Now this one, I paid £70 for. And I've not played it a lot, really. I've only got 701 hours in it. But at £70, that means it's like 701 hours is what? That's £10 for every 100 hours. That's not bad. That's not bad, but that needs to, like, when I finish playing this, I need to have like double whatever I've got on 22. So I need to have, like, you know, 2,500 hours in it, and then I'll say it was worth the money. It's just the way I look at it. I use that as my own metric. I'll look at a game and go, how much fun and how long am I going to play it? And is it worth that much money? But you won't know unless you've played before. So if you've played any of the other farming sims, figure out how much you paid for them and how much time you played them and how much fun you had in them. Because, as I said, it may not be a game for you. Although you generally like it, it might not suit your playstyle so much. I always want more crops and more animals and more things like that. Machines, they just update them, which is fine. They just put the latest versions of all of the tractors and stuff like that in, so that's not such a problem. But like more crops, like you can't do carrots, you can't do rhubarb, you can't do peas. I don't think you can do beans. I think you can do green beans, but you can't do peas. You can't do tomatoes. You can't do radishes. Like you can't actually harvest radishes. Radish is in, but only as a root crop. It's not actually a harvestable crop. Cucumbers. I know that they're more greenhouse, but you get the idea, right? The more that they put in it, the more it's worth paying more money for. Simple as that. So if they bring out Farming Sim 27 and they go, oh, we've put a different type of potato in, I'm likely to go, well, you already have potatoes. Putting a different type of potato doesn't make it a new crop. You're basically just regurgitating it. You're basically putting the same thing back in and just calling it a different name, which is literally what they do. They might just change the colour of it. That's it. But it'll be the same thing. And then they'll try to charge you £20 extra for it, and it's like, it's not worth it. It's just not worth that. You know? So it all depends. I always like, before I buy it, I pay attention as to what they've added to it. So they added buffaloes, which was cool. They added goats, that was cool. They added I can't remember how many new crops they added, but they added an absolute bunch of new crops. That's not what I want. Where's the... What am I missing? I was looking for... I thought they used to have a page where they had documentation of what they added. But anyway. But they added spinach. They added... like they added rice. They've added like 2 different rices. They've got, you know, a bunch of other stuff. It's like, it was worth it. In my opinion, it was worth it. But if they get to 27 and they add 1 crop and no animals and nothing else new, they're going to still try and charge you £40 for it, because it also goes up £5 every year. Like last year it was, I think in Farming Sim 22, its original Steam price was like £35, and I think this one was £40. So every time they bring a new one out, they add an extra £5 to it, right? But if they don't add enough to warrant that cost, then I don't buy it, or I don't buy it from them. I think Farming Sim 22, when they had 19, Farming Sim 19, when they went from 19 to 22, I think they added like 1 crop. That's all they added. I think it was 1 new crop. And I bought it from a key reseller. I went and bought it for £15 from a key reseller, because I wasn't going to give them the full money for it, because it wasn't worth it. And the problem is, I know it sounds weird, but you as a consumer actually have the power to do something, but just most people fucking don't, right? You as the consumer have the power to make or break the game. Simple as that. If it comes out and you don't think it's worth it and you buy it anyway, you're giving them an inflated ego. You're making them think the game is better than it really was. If you don't buy it, they sit there going, well, why didn't it sell? And then someone will go, because it was crap. And they'll go, ah, yeah, maybe that's why nobody bought it, all right? So again, it's like this thing with GTA 6, right? Everyone's been talking about GTA 6, how it's going to come out with $100 price tag. And I'm sitting there like, even... I'm sitting there like, I doubt it. I doubt it's going to be $100. I could be wrong, obviously, but I doubt it's going to be $100. And you know why I doubt it's going to be $100? Because if they jack it up to $100, only half the people that bought GTA 5 are going to buy GTA 6, and they're not going to make enough money. They're going to sit there going, what happened? And it's like, well, the game is too high, right? At the end of the day, If you have 20 people, I know that they don't, obviously, it's Rockstar. If you have 20 people working on a game, right, so it's simple math. If you have 20 people working on a game and the game comes out and it's, let's say it's okay. It's not great, it's not award-winning, but it's okay, right? And you stick it up at a £70 game price, you get, let's say that you get 1 million sales, right? So you make whatever the money that is, right? If you dropped it to £50, you might get 3 million sales. And guess what? That means you make more money. It's weird. You lowered the price, but you made more money. And the reason why is because you made it more accessible to people. And the problem with a lot of these companies, Ubisoft, EA, and a lot of them, is they're greedy fucks. So they'll bring a game out and it'll be like, you know, what was it? Skull and Bones. Skull and Bones came out and they said it was the first quadruple A company or the first quadruple A game, and it tanked because it was too high price, it was shit, and barely anyone bought it. And now you pick it up on Steam sale for like a quarter of its price because nobody wants to play it. In fact, I'm not even sure. Did it get discontinued even? It might have even been killed. I don't know. And that's what happens. You get greedy companies and greedy shareholders that be like, oh, you know, if we put it at this price, we will sell this many copies. And then it only sells a quarter of those copies. And they sit there scratching their heads going, what happened? It was too high. It was too expensive. You put out a subpar mediocre product and it was too expensive. That's what happened. And there's less people that can buy it. You know, let's say that you and me, right, just you and me have the money to afford games, right? If it's only you and me buying it at, say, $100 per game, then that's all they're going to get. It's just you and me buying it. If they drop it to half price and then suddenly 400 other people can then afford it, they're going to buy. They're going to sell more. It's just how it fucking works. It's economics, man. Almost like Borderlands 4. Exactly. And I'm not. I mean, that's obviously requirements. Naturally, requirements are going to go up, right? As computers go up and get better, then the games are going to get better graphics and better mechanics and all that crap. That's a different kettle of fish, right? But I'm more talking just pure game price. If you sell it for too much, you'll sell less of them. Because you'll get people, I guarantee that I'm not the only one out there that will look at a game and go, it's not worth that, and then just not buy it. Even if I have the money, there's still people out there that will just look at the game and go, it's not worth it, and just not buy it. But you put it at a competitive price, even people like me that have the money but may not think it's worth it, still might get it if it's only just above what we can see. So let's say that I budget £50 for any game. I don't go over £50, right? Rockstar come out and go, it's £100 for GTA 6. I'm never getting it, because even on a Steam 50% sale, it's still at my max money, so I'll probably never get it, right? If they go, it's £60, I might go, it's only £10 more. Okay. And then I'll buy it. Right? Whereas before, they wouldn't have got me at all. And that's the problem. Games... Unfortunately, games prices are not necessarily run by developers anymore. They're run by shareholders, and shareholders are just greedy bastards, and that's just the way it is. What am I going to do? Oh yeah. So we need. Wait, where's my? Oh, I know where he is. Oh crap. Most games aren't worth their price. No, some of them are. I'd say Minecraft is definitely worth its £25 if, as long as you play like. Again, if you put a price, let's say you put a pound or a monetary value, yeah, a monetary value per hour, right, on it. Like this is, I said, this is how generally I look at games. I put a monetary value per hour of fun, right? So Minecraft at £25, if you put 50 hours into it, it's 50p an hour, right? If you do 100 hours, it's 25p an hour. So the more you play it and the more enjoyment you get out of it, the cheaper it is, right? Simple as that. So it's okay. You might go and spend. I spent £90 on Battlefield 6 when it came out. Pre-ordered it. And I've put 111 hours into it. So I've only just got under £1 an hour. Only just. When that gets to... When I've played enough that's sitting at 25p an hour, I'll be like... You know, when I put 200, 300 hours into it or whatever... No, what would I have to put into it? 90, 180... When I've put 360 hours into it, that's when I can go, it was worth the money. And I might do that. I might not. Right now, I'm a little bored of it. I haven't played it in a couple of weeks because I've been a little bored. But I do need to get back into it because I need to try and finish the season pass. But the RAM prices, yeah, RAM prices are ridiculous right now. And unfortunately, there's not really a lot we can do about that. It's, you know, it is what it is. Unfortunately. But yeah, the RAM prices are definitely sucky right now. Hey, look, coming up to 500,000 soybeans. I'll give you an idea. Does this still work? It does. Right, I'll give you an idea, right? So we've got 429,000 litres, right? So if we do 429 times, and then we look at the prices of what soy is when it's sold. So if you sell it in June, it's 5,324. So if we add 5324, 2.2 million, and that's on what I've got right now. And by the time I actually sell it, so by the time June comes, I'll have twice as much as what I've got, maybe 3 times as much as what I've got in soy. That's what makes me say it's well worth it. Wait, it did go off, okay. GPU's about to have a shortage. You reckon GPU's going to have a shortage? Why would GPU have a shortage? Oh, I guess, is it to do with AI again? I find it really sad that people just rely on AI too much now. That's the issue. I watched a video from Upper Echelon on YouTube, and he was talking about the AI bubble and stuff like that. And he was basically criticizing how, I think he had a clip of Sam Altman going on Kimmel or something and saying might not have been Kimmel, might have been one of the other ones, and saying that he wouldn't be able to raise his baby without AI. And I'm like, you're fucking joking, right? What kind of idiot are you? You can't raise a baby without a computer telling you how to fucking do it. Are you that dumb? Then you shouldn't have a fucking baby. If you're that stupid, you shouldn't have kids. Because one, you can't look after them, and two, they're going to grow up to be twice as dumb. I'm sorry, but they are. Teach them real world shit. Teach them how to do stuff IRL and not rely on AI for it. I mean, I've tried to see, like, you know, I'm old, right? I'm 50 odd, so I'm old, right? But I grew up with being shown how to do wallpapering and how to paint and how to do things, actually physical things, and not have to rely on shit. So I can paint houses, I can wallpaper, I can tile, you know, like do bathroom tiles, I can do brickwork. I'm not bad at woodwork. You know what I mean? I've learned real world skills. That's what you need to be teaching your kids, not how to sit at the computer and ask a fucking some shitty program on how to do something. That's just the wrong way to do it. Your kids won't learn anything. It's the same as all these entitled kids that grow up when their parents have millions and millions of, you know, whatever currency, right? They don't learn the value of money. So they think that everything's cheap, or they think that nothing holds value. They'll never learn the value of money unless you teach them the value of money. And that could mean... No, you went the wrong way. That could mean... just not giving them any. Don't, like, when... If you have kids and you buy them everything they want, so they're like, Dad, I want this, you buy it. Dad, I want that, you buy it. Dad, I want that, you buy it. They'll never learn the value of money. Because every time they want something, they'll just expect someone to give it to them. Yeah, exactly. Wood cutting, mining, cooking, fishing. Well, maybe not mining so much. Wood cutting, sure, maybe. I guess mining, if you're in that kind of a job, right? If your parents are miner, then you might go into the family business, sure. But I'm talking generally. Learn to do shit yourself, man. It's got to the point where a lot of these rich people just don't live in the real world. They don't know how the real world works. They're like, oh, I need to, I want to redecorate this room, right? There's me. I go down to the shop. I buy the paint. I buy wallpaper if I want it. Depends if I want paint or wallpaper. I buy new carpet. I don't lay the carpet. I usually get someone to do that. I've never laid carpet, so that I have to get done. But everything else, like most of the other jobs, I do myself, right? Whereas you get some rich, spoiled prick who will literally come along and be, I don't know how to do any of that, so I'll just pay somebody else to. And it's like, well, then you'll never fucking learn. You'll never learn to do any real world shit. And I kind of find that a little sad that happens. Yeah, they're spoiled as fuck, and when they grow up, someone says no, they would throw the shittiest tantrum ever. Yeah, exactly, because they've been told no. That's what I mean. It's like they don't learn anything. And there's, unfortunately, it's just the way it is. a lot of rich people's kids turn out like that. They turn out to not understand the value of money or time. So they just assume that they can click their fingers and you'll do everything for them. It's not how it works. If you've got kids, teach them some real world stuff. Teach them how to paint properly. Teach them how to wallpaper. Teach them how to do stuff. And they'll grow up being able to do stuff, not just for themselves, but help you out when you're older. You know, I tried to teach my kids the same. My kids just didn't want to learn it. I tried to teach them, they didn't want to learn it. That's not my problem. So they don't know how to do it purely because they weren't prepared to put the time in to learn. So then when I'm older and I need to be redecorating and I physically cannot do it, I now have no one to rely on. I have to pay someone to do it because I don't have anyone that can do it. And yet I've done wallpapering for people, I've done painting for people, I've done gardening for people, I've done tiling for people, and I never charge them. They're all friends, family, whatever, and it's all done for free. And then when I get older and want all that stuff done, I'm fucked. And it's because people have just lost all of the real world skill. Interesting, we went from AI to real world skills, but that's the reality of it. You get people going on there now being like asking ChatGPT how to paint a room. Fucking learn how to do it properly. It isn't going to give you the correct answer. It's never going to give you the correct answer because it cannot fucking do it. Stop asking it stupid questions. You know, stop asking it questions that it literally cannot give you the correct answer to. People do rely on AI too much. Now I get it. It has its purpose, right? If you go to an AI, like say you need some help programming, that's great, right? Because let's be honest, although programming, learning how to do it yourself is also a good skill, because it's online and because it's not a physical thing, it's an online thing, then ChatGPT can help you with that because it can just reference sources of how other people did it, or, you know, tutorials and stuff like that, and then it can give you the right answers, potentially. But go on now and ask it how to... Go on it and ask it how to tile a bathroom. It won't know. It won't know because it cannot do it. It physically cannot tile a bathroom. So it can pick up some references and tips maybe, but it physically cannot do it. Because it's not real. So it can't tell you, it can't give you an experience value. And that's the problem with AI. There's no experience value. It gives you an answer, but it's based on zero experience. But as I said, unfortunately, it's the world we live in. It's sad, but it's the world we live in. You know, I tell you what I done, right? I wanted to learn. I used to have, because I do amateur radio. Or ham radio, if you know what that is. Other than it's actually called amateur radio, but anyway. And I had an amateur radio website that had multiple awards. It won multiple awards for design and stuff like that, which I wrote myself. But while I was writing it, I was teaching myself HTML. Right now, this is HTML3, so it's older. Right now, everything runs on HTML5. So it was HTML3. So I learned HTML3, which was an easy upgrade to get to 3.2 when they brought out 3.2. I got stuck a little bit at HTML4 because there were certain things I wanted it to do and I couldn't make it do. So I kind of gave up, right? That was on me, of course. But from learning HTML, I ended up running my own web server. So I had a computer at my house, which I turned into a full-blown web server with a full-blown email server on it and everything. It done PHP, it had databases, it done Perl, which is like CGI scripts or CG scripts. It had all the bells and whistles, and I learned to write websites and set up a web server, right? That potentially could have got me into a job writing professional websites, or could have got me into an IT infrastructure job, something like that. In theory, I didn't proceed to do that. It went a different direction. But I do sit here and I've jumped about, and I get bored in jobs. If I stay in a job for too long, I get bored. And then I get worse at it to the point where I end up either leaving or I get fired. And I'm just being real, right? And it's more because I'm just bored, sick and tired of the fucking job. It's like some jobs have got to a point where they're so easy that I get bored, and some jobs get to the point where they change stuff and it makes it really hard, and then I can't adapt to it, right? So I've always been in what I would call generally dead-end jobs. Probably the most prospective job I've had was when I started off as a weekend paperboy. I started off just delivering papers of a weekend. And then one of the paper boys during the week didn't come in, so I took over his job. So I did a weekend paper round and then a weekday paper round, which was different, obviously. And then I got brought into the actual newsagents, and I got put as a sales staff. So I was manning the till and selling things to customers. I then applied. Then I got made up to acting assistant manager, and then I applied for the assistant manager's job. And had I have got that, and there's a whole thing why I didn't. Basically, the manager that I had when I first started was absolutely fantastic. He was like one of the best managers I'd ever had in anywhere, right? Well, he left to go to a different store because they needed a good manager to fix it. We got a shitty manager in, and the shitty manager didn't like me. And the reason why the shitty manager didn't like me is because I called him out on everything, because he was a wanker, right? He was a complete arsehole. And he didn't like the fact that I spoke my piece, right? Let's put it this way. I'll explain to you how bad it is, right? Think of a management job and what you would do if you was a manager. You would dress nicely. So you would dress like, say, in a suit and tie. You'd have to look nice, right? You would have to be respectable to people. You would have to turn up on time and all that stuff. Well, he would come in. This is the manager. I was in a suit and tie, all dressed up nicely. All the customers loved me. The staff loved me. Everyone loved me, right? Except him. He would come in whenever he felt like it, so late. He would come in a ripped t-shirt and jogging bottoms, and I kid you not, if you've ever had any, he smelt of sex. He literally smelt like he'd just banged someone in the back of a bush somewhere and then walked into work like it. He stunk, and he didn't like the fact that I called him out on things like that. So there's a problem with that, is that he was actually friends with the area manager. Guess who decides if I can become an assistant manager? Yes, the area manager does. So I obviously didn't get the job because they effectively both ganged up on me and said, fuck off. So I left. That was the only one that I would have had real prospects in, real job prospects in. But I couldn't get anywhere because of a shitty manager and a corrupt area manager. And then after that, I kind of bounced around between dead-end jobs. It was just warehouse work, other shop work, but it was just as sales, nothing special. I now wish that I'd have gone to an apprenticeship and I'd have learned to do something. What I got into was electrics, like electrician. Right, so I can put plug sockets in. I know how to put plug sockets in, extra plug sockets, and I generally know the code. Not all of it, not trained, but I generally know how many sockets you can put on a line and stuff like that. Like you can only put one extra socket off of a main plug socket because that would be a spur, right? And you're only allowed one spur off of a main socket. I know that. So when I do put plug sockets in, they're safe, right? And at this point, I wish that I'd have done that. I wish that I'd have gone to, they're called like forever trades, because everyone needs electricians. Everyone needs gas workers. You know, everyone needs, you know, if your electrics go wrong, you call an electrician. You know, if your gas stops working, you call the gas man. You know, if you have a leaky pipe, you call the waterman, right? You don't try it yourself. So they're forever jobs. And I wish that I'd have done that. I wish I'd have gone into one of those jobs, because technically I could have still been an electrician by now. I could have even potentially owned my own electrician business and had people working under me, and I could be minted. Not. So that's where I went wrong. But that's how you look back on it. You look back on your life and you sit there and go, yeah, I wish I'd have done that. You're learning how to restore vintage tractors. Cool. That sounds cool. I mean, you know, obviously it's not what would be considered a forever job, but it's a niche market, but it's really cool, because if you get to the point where you learn it all and you do any like other training, or if you need qualifications and stuff like that in it, you never know, you could become the premier antique tractor restoration guy. And whenever someone finds an old tractor, they'll call you, and then you can bill them fucking thousands to fix a tractor. You know, so something like that is like a cool thing. You learn how to do something IRL. Learn how to do a physical job and be really good at it. And with that physical job, you could potentially turn it into a business and make money. And not only that, but because it's a physical job, you'll keep your body fit. And if it's something like that, it could potentially be a mental job as well, right? So you'll keep your brain active, which means less chance of you getting dementia, or less chance of you getting brain fog, let's say. So you keep yourself fit overall. Your grandpa is busy finishing restoring a Porsche diesel tractor. Nice. Yeah, see, my actual dad was a mechanic. That's what he was. He was a car mechanic. But he done the same thing. He never he never aspired to try and get his own garage or anything like that. He just went and worked for people, and just got paid, you know, a weekly wage or monthly wage or whatever. So he never tried to consider building himself up and getting his own garage to do stuff like that. And there's a couple of reasons for that. One, he was a drunk. He was actually an alcoholic. So he pissed all his money up the wall, like literally. He'd get drunk and then just waste it all. So killed his own prospects. And he was also, this is a different part of my life, but he was also super violent. When I was younger, I had plenty of fights with him, usually because he tried to beat my mum up, so I used to beat him up instead. But that's beside the point. And I vowed that I would never turn out like him. I rarely drink. I might have a drink at Christmas or my birthday. But I don't get blind fucking drunk anymore. I used to when I was younger because it seemed to fit the family agenda, or at least, you know, my dad's agenda. But in all fairness, I realise now, obviously, actually I realised a long time ago, but generally realised that my dad was actually a cunt. And I fucking hated him. So I vowed that I would never be like him, and I'm not like him. I'm nothing like him. But he pissed it up the wall. He wasted what could have been a good job. I just kind of never found that good job that I liked. You know, if you take streaming, bearing in mind that I'm not a big streamer, I don't make money off streaming really. Barely anything. I'm not famous. I've not been discovered by the right people, whatever way you want to look, because streaming is all luck based. I'm sorry, but it is. And I will argue with anyone that says otherwise. Streaming is completely fucking luck based. However, it is a job, technically. Technically, it's a job. This is probably the longest job I've had. I do it as a hobby, yes. But if you consider it a job, then this is the longest job I've had. I've been streaming for like... Well, if you go to some of the stat things, if you go to some of the stat websites, like Twitch Stats or something, it'll tell you that I started streaming in 2012. I streamed before 2012, if I remember rightly, but I think that was before stat sites even existed. So I think they were wrong. I'm pretty sure I was streaming before 2012. So I've been streaming, if you take them, then I've been streaming 13 years, which is longer than some of the most famous streamers going. But I have a habit of streaming niche games. Farming Sim, for instance. You wouldn't get Asmongold, just saying, but you wouldn't get Asmongold playing Farming Sim. Right? He'll pick one of the biggest games out there and then do it that way. I don't know. I don't think it's anything wrong that I'm doing. I've just not been lucky. That's as simple as that. I've just been not been lucky with my streaming. Are we done? Are we done? We're not quite done. I've got to do these little bits over here. But I do treat it more of a hobby. I mean, I'd love to get bigger and I'd love to make money off of it. But I'm also not going to kill myself to try and do that. I think I do enough. You know, I watched guides on streaming and people telling you loads of bullshit like, oh, you have to stream 8 hours a day for 6 days a week to be able to make it as a streamer. And I'm like, but you don't. I've seen a few streamers that might only stream 2 or 3 times a week, probably less than I do, and they still get found and made. And I don't know why. I don't know how. I don't understand what I'm, in theory, doing wrong, because I feel I'm not doing anything. I talk to people when they come by the stream, if they're talkative. If they don't talk, then I can't talk to them. It's not my problem. If you want to have a chat, just say hi and have a chat. Don't, you know, don't sit there going, he doesn't talk to anyone. If there's nobody to talk to, what conversation am I going to have? It's called logic. I also don't put on a persona. Some people put on a persona. They'll act differently on stream to what they act in real life. I don't. I don't put on a persona at all. I sit there and, to be honest, if I think you're an arsehole, I'll tell you you're an arsehole. It doesn't matter whether I'm streaming or whether it's in real life. You'll get told the same fucking thing. That's one of the reasons why I get annoyed if people come in and, you know, they try to be arseholes. They think it's funny to try and act like an arsehole, because I'll just sit there and call them out on it. But, you know, I'm always sitting there. I'm always sitting there and I'm always thinking to myself, one day someone will come along and discover me and bring some friends, and at that point my channels will just take off. Hasn't happened yet, but I can be hopeful still, right? If you're not dreaming, you're dead inside. Exactly, Rody. I can dream to be big one day, and all I can do is what I'm doing. You know, I can't do much more. I stream, and if I get found, I get found. Like, if people find me and enjoy my content, then great. If they never find me, not my problem. There's nothing I can do about it. Not really. Right, now we are mulching the field. So the last thing I did was fertilise it. So you harvest, and then you fertilise, and then you mulch. Each of this gives you a crop bonus for the next crop that you put in. After mulching, I will seed, so I'll put more soy in. And then that's it. Then I leave it to grow. And then once it's grown, it'll just get harvested again, and we do it all over again. every now and then. I turn off field stones because they're annoying. I turn off weeds because in Farming Sim 19 they were broken and they didn't work properly. I didn't trust them in 22 because I saw similar behaviour at the beginning, and I just insta turned them off in 25 because they're just a waste of time. But I do put periodic ploughing on. However, I have a field rotation which actually means you don't have to plough. So even though I put periodic ploughing on and I don't mind ploughing, I have a field rotation where I just don't have to do it, which is interesting. And then every once in a while I also have to throw lime down. Every 3 harvests I have to throw lime down. But again, I don't mind that. You know, this game you can make as hard or as easy as you want. When you first start it up, the default is not plough, not lime, have field stone and weeds on. So I turn field stones and weeds off and put lime and ploughing on. So I make it the same difficulty, effectively. I just change the options. But don't forget, these are filler games. Like my ultimate plan for the stream is I'm going to be doing My Time at Evershine, which isn't out yet. I'm going to be doing Star Sand Island, which isn't out yet. Oh, God, I'm yawning now. Battlefield 6, if I'm not bored of it, and Battlebit Update when it's out. So 3 things are not out yet, and 1 I'm currently bored with. But I do really need to get back into Battlefield 6. At least to finish the battle pass that I got with the season 1. Well, they don't have applications, Rocky. But yeah, the Star Sand Island server isn't great. It could do with a better setup. And I did put in, I wouldn't say it was an application, but I put myself forward to fix it for them. And in all fairness, all they would need to do was just give me admin, I'd fix the server, and then I'd remove admin and they can carry on. I'm not going to fuck their server up. I'm too old. I'm not like your average chump that craves power. I would just like it to run better, that's all. I'd like this server to work better. For example, I'm still new to farming games and I'm playing 22 at the moment, but the one thing I struggle, because I'm still like starting phase 15 hours, I want to do animals so I can do slurry. Why do you want to do slurry? Is there a specific reason you want to do slurry? You know that slurry doesn't make any money. It's like, it's down there with wood chips. Honestly, you can, I can tell you how to make money in the game. It takes some time, obviously, but I can tell you how to make a lot of money in the game. I can tell you the best processes. I've played it long enough. Yeah, slurry's not good money. So slurry sells for its max price is 108 per 1,000 litres. I have 61,000 litres. Right, so just for argument's sake, 61,000 6,000. This might go wrong. Times 108. That's wrong. That is completely wrong. I thought it was. It's I done that wrong. I done 65,000 litres. It should be 61 litres, not 61,000. Yeah, 61 times 108. I make 6,000. You can use it as fertilizer. You can put fertilizer. That's the debate I've got right now. The debate I've got at the moment that I'm deciding is I have slurry and manure, right? Because I've got buffalo, so it produces slurry and manure. And when I fertilize, I use solid fertilizer. But solid fertilizer is really expensive. It's quite expensive in game. Whereas manure and slurry are free because they're byproducts of my animals, right? So I'm toying with the idea of buying a muck spreader and buying a slurry spreader and using that, as well as like using all of it, for instance, and then just using fertilizer to finish off, like bits that get missed because I don't have enough or something. Liquid fertilizer, yeah. Yeah, liquid fertilizer's fine. But here's there's a reason why I use solid fertilizer. Is so we go to where are they? Right, if we go to sprayer, right, and if you get one of these machines, these big machines here, so this is 27 to 36 meters wide, right? This is 36 meters wide. This is 54 meters wide. This is actually a really wide one. This is 42. This is 36. And this one is 40, right? So the only ones that are better than my solid one, I believe, is this one. And that's it. Oh, this one and this... no, this one... Hold on. Yeah, this one, because it's 54 meters, right? So if we go to the fertilizer spreader, I'm using this one, which is 42 meters. All of the others... That one's up to 42, but this one's cheaper, right? And still does 42. So it just holds less fertilizer, that's all. This one holds less fertilizer than that, but it's the same, right? So this is the best solid fertilizer really to use for price over functionality. With fields my size, of course, I might have to fill the fertilizer up once or twice beforehand. You saw that I done that entire field, and it's quite a big field, but I did that entire field of fertilizer and I only used half of this trailer, which means I don't need that one, right? Because that one, I'm paying more to hold more, but I don't use more. So not worth the money, right? So this is 42 meters. And as I said, with the sprayers, this one is the only one that has a bigger area. All the others are smaller areas. And these ones, as you can see, they all cost more than what I paid for my solid fertilizer sprayer. Even this, my solid fertilizer sprayer was what, 65k or something, was it? So it's still cheaper and it's still 2 meters wider than this. And it holds more. So that's why I do use the solid. You got small fields, yeah, that's fine. Well, if you want money, do soy. Honestly, if you want to do a bit of everything, the problem is when you're first starting out, you need to buy more machines. You need like maybe like another tractor or two. You also maybe, you know, you've got to afford your sprayer, you've got to afford your seed and stuff like that. So you need money, right? The best thing to make money, or the easiest thing to make money, is soy. Do soybean. You'll make money, right? Once you've got the money, you can then use that to upgrade your equipment, make your equipment better. And once you've got your upgraded equipment, you can then do what you like. Do what you want after that. I use soy to build money because it's easy, it gets a lot of money, and it allows me to get all of the machines that I need faster. And then once I do that, I'll usually build a big buffer up. Like right now I've got 6 million. Next year, so in June when I sell all my crop, I'll make another 6 million. I'll have, you know, somewhere around 12-13 million, but I won't need anything. I won't need any new machines, and I won't need anything. So in theory I could just do what I want after that, because I've got a buffer. I've got a cash buffer. Remember, I also had to build the farm. This farm here, I had to build that in an empty field, so I had to buy all of the buildings and stuff. So I done everything the quick way. But if you want money, just remember you've got to sell it at the right time. Are you using seasons? If you're using seasons, then you won't be able to just do soy. You'll have to do a bit of everything anyway. I don't have seasons on because I have never liked seasons. Okay, well, if you're doing seasons, then you're going to have to follow the season rules. So if it tells you can't plant soy, then you can't plant soy. But what you could do is, if you want money, you could always turn seasons off, make some money by just doing soy for a year or two, and then turn seasons back on, and then go back to what you was doing, because you'll have a buffer. You'll have that a bit of extra money to play around with. It's however you want to do it. I've never liked seasons. Used to be a mod. It was never built into the game. Still, seasons was a mod that you used to put on, and I just didn't put the mod on because I didn't like it. I thought it was crap. I didn't like the fact that I had to. I wanted to farm what I wanted to farm. I didn't want to be dictated what I can and cannot farm, right? And then when they brought out 22, they added seasons. They took it from a mod and added it directly into the game. And the first thing I done was turned it off, because I was like, I don't like it. All right, Rocky, catch you later. Thank you for popping by again and listening to my rant. The difference with my rant is that I'm right. Everything I've said is correct. Everything that I've said is... it really can't be argued against much. Because it's just... I don't know. I pay attention to shit. So my rants might be little rants, but they're always good rants. So yeah, if you want to stick with seasons, then you're just going to have to follow what seasons do. But if it says, if you get to the months when you do soy, you want to do soy in all of your fields, every field, because then you'll maximize your profit. I don't know if I can't remember if it's a mod that I've got, but my soy also drops straw, which is a byproduct, obviously. So if you did soy and you've got that mod, or if it might even be built into the game now, I don't know. They've got a habit of doing that. If it drops straw, then you've got more income because you can sell the straw. yeah, just turn it off for a little bit. Make some money. Make a bit of profit, like good profit, so that you can do some upgrades and stuff, and then turn it back on and go back to doing the season stuff after. As I said, I know how to play the game, but I know how to play the game to make money, right? I could put seasons on and just play normally, sure. I mean, it's not hard. It would just take me longer to do everything I want to do. It would take me longer to have built the farm up. It would take me longer to get all my machines and even buy massive fields that I can roll into bigger fields, right? It would just take me longer to do all of that. But when I play this game, I play to make money. I don't. I'm trying to get the point across that although I can play it and do it properly with seasons, I choose not to because I like seeing big numbers. I like seeing my money go up. So I play to make money. I don't play for seasons. I play purely to make money. I mean, I have goats. So if you want to get into animals, right? You said you want to get into animals. Okay. So do you want another good tip? Here's a good tip for Farming Sim 25. Buffaloes. Don't bother with cows. Do buffaloes. And make buffalo mozzarella. Buffalo mozzarella is the highest priced dairy product you can make. So don't sell the buffalo milk, turn it into buffalo mozzarella and you'll make money, right? I don't know if it's true, but I looked and to me, goat milk also seems pretty good investment. So I just have goats and I sell the milk. And that seems to make quite a bit of cash. And bearing in mind that goats only eat grass or hay. So you can literally just have a field that's full of grass and just cut it every 4 days, 4 months if you like. If you have 1 day a month, cut it every 4 months, and then you'll have food for them forever. They'll also eat alfalfa. Your buffalo requires TMR, so no different to your cow. They require the same food that a cow would have. So you still have to do straw. You still have to do straw and hay and silage. Not really. You've got a tractor, right? Yeah. That's all you need. So this goes on the front of your tractor. And then if you want, you can get this, which goes on the back of your tractor. So you have all three, you have both items, right? And this is 13k and this is, oh God, 35k. So what, 40, let's say 45k. No, let's say 50k and you can have both of these. And that's how you cut your grass. Now, to turn into hay, right, to turn it into hay, you'll also need, you'll need a tedder. Yeah, to turn it into hay, you'll need a tedder, right? So you'll need one of these because hay is just dried grass, right? So you'll need one of these. And even the biggest one is only 44, right? So you might not need that. You might only want this one, which is 8.2 meters wide instead of 17, right? I wish they'd put a button in here where you could unfold it in the shop so you could see what it looks like unfolded, because that would, I think, would be a good thing. Here's an interesting thing. Here's something. Remember I told you to get the max out your crops, you use a Macdon with this attachment, right? And I said you use this and this to harvest your crops, and then you go over it with a combine with the other attachment. Guess what this is? It's a grass mower. So if you're buying this machine, you just buy this and you can cut grass. Ta-da, done. In one machine. You still need a windrower to flip it to hay, but you don't need to buy an extra mower. You can just buy this, buy that, and you can cut grass. And alfalfa as well. The other thing you could do is a tedder turns it over, right? A tedder will turn it over on the field and leaves it laying on the field in a dry state, right? But then you need a windrower, and a windrower puts it into a neat line so that you can go and pick it up with a forage harvester. Not a forage harvester, a forage wagon. The Macdon puts it in a neat line already. It is actually a windrower. Look, it's called a windrower. It's actually a windrower on its own. So if you're cutting grass or you're harvesting, it will always put it in a single line. Which means that you only need to... This will flick it around a bit, right? Which is why I don't use it. But this will flick it around, and then you'd probably need a windrower to put it back into a line again. Right? But then you just need a forage wagon to go pick it up. Right? You need one of these wagons that will go pick up the grass. What I use is... Yeah, look. Amazon Seitan Multi-Fruit by TrueDeviL. It's my own mod. I made my own mod. Anyway. What you do is... If you don't want to use a windrower and a tedder, you put a mod on. For instance, this mod. This is a hay dryer. So you drop grass here. You drop grass here, and it costs a little bit, a very small run fee, like, you know, like your factories run and cost a little bit of fee as they do it. And it'll put out hay. It will dry it and put out hay. As you can see, I've got 450 out 8,000 litres of hay in it, and 493,000 of grass, because it can hold 500k of each. And all that is, if you get the mod, you go into here and it will be in silos. It's there. Actually, that's the hay loft. There's another one which is, this is just storage space. There's another one somewhere. Might be an extension. Okay. Well, can't find it right now. Anyway, there's another one which is basically the same model as this, but it actually dries. It dries the hay. It's called the hay dryer, not just... Oh yeah, hay storage and ventilation mod. I'm not sure if it is this one. It might be this one. But you basically just download a building that does it. Right? The same as my silo that I'm using is this one, I believe, because it's multi-fruit, so I can put all sorts in it. I can put hay in it, grass in it, straw, silage, mineral feed. I can put anything that you can use. I can almost go in it. Because it's a multi-fruit silo. And then I use this one for pallets. This is another mod that I use, but it has pallets in it. So this is it just holds pallets. And it can hold, it's got a total capacity of 800. And I currently have just over 200 in it. I've got 177,000 litres of oyster mushroom, which is also, if you want greenhouses, okay, if you want greenhouses, then oyster mushroom is the best mushroom to use because it gives you the highest price. And then I have another mod that adds crawfish. So you put it near, a, wait, let me find my little truck. So you put crawfish near a water source. You can actually use your rice paddies for it. So if you're doing wet rice, not dry rice, if you're doing wet rice, so you have a rice paddy, you can actually do crawfish in the rice paddy. So technically you're doing 2 crops in one field space. Again, it's just another mod. I mostly play modded. I rarely play vanilla on anything unless I absolutely have to. I pick modded on most things because mods just make games better. They generally do. I feel like I'm going to sneeze again. Sorry, I'm sniffing a lot, but I feel like I'm going to sneeze again. So over here, this is where I've got my crayfish. So you put crayfish brood stock in here, and then when they've grown up, you get crayfish out of here. It's just something else to farm that's easy. I don't drive across the fields because I have crop destruction on. I always play with crop destruction on because it makes you a better driver. I say better driver. This truck, its centre of gravity is pretty bad. So if you take the corner too fast, you tip over. Which is exactly what I did. And then what I do is I go up to the container here, go up to this storage here, and then I just unload and it goes straight in there. See, so now I have 5,000 litres of crayfish. This has got some really quick steering on it as well, this little thing. to go park it up again. See, this is the manure. This is my manure. I have 74,000 litres of manure. Yeah, I like organisers. I'll move buildings around if I feel they're not very organised, or if I need another building, I'll juggle some around to make it. I try to make it into a working farm in my head where everything's easy. Right? So I've got 1,625 litres of buffalo milk, which I'm sure that will go up at some point because I only have 50 animals and this can hold 105. But when the animals double, that will go up. And this is where I put silage, or I put chaff to create silage. Yeah, honestly, if you want tips, just come back to me anytime, and I'll explain how it works. And in my opinion, best practices, like how I would do something. And well, you can see I'm sitting here with 6 million that I don't even need to spend. I've just got money. I played, when I played Farming Sim 22, I live streamed that as well. And it got to the point I had so much money in the game that I had to put mods on for cars. Like, you know, like how, like, people make modded cars, so they'll have like Lamborghinis, Porsches, Ferraris, stuff like that. I had a bunch of those installed so I could just buy a car when I felt like. Like if I've been playing it for a while and there's a bunch of car mods, you'll come to my farm and I'll have a garage that will just be full of Ferraris and Lamborghinis and Rolls Royces and whatever high priced cars I can find. I'll just buy them and just shove them in the garage and leave them. Because it gives me something to spend money on. Well, for Farming Sim, it's every Friday. But Monday I'll be streaming. I don't know what I'll be streaming yet. The other games I rotate. Farming Sim is the only one that I do on a Friday, and it stays on a Friday while it's here. As I said, this is more of a filler game. I'm only really streaming in this because none of the other games that I want to stream are out. They're all, you know, they're not released yet. Just doing an update on Steam. Starstand Island releases on the 1st of February next year. Into early access from what I know. I'm not sure when My Time at Evershine is going to release, but I may not do that from day one. It all depends. Because I streamed My Time at Sandrock, and while I was streaming it, they were still doing updates. So I got past certain quests where I had to go back. Not I had like they introduced characters that I should have met before I got to the point I was at. So I had to go meet them late in theory, right? So in that sense, I might wait until My Time at Evershine has been out for a little before streaming it. The BattleBit update isn't out yet. The only game that I was playing in the streaming that is currently out is Battlefield. So. But if you like cozy games, go have a look at Star Sand Island. I think the demo is still up. And if you want to get into some really cool, like a really cool series, go look at the My Time series. So the first one is My Time at Porsche. And then the second one is My Time at Sandrock. And the new one is My Time at Evershine. But they're cool games. They're cozy games. They're considered cozy games. They're like your sit back and relax games. They're actually really good. Star Sand Island, I only found that recently, and I played the demo and just fell in love with it instantly. What would you say is one of the best games you've played? That's hard to think about, to be fair, because they're different genres. So the best online FPS game that I've played is PlanetSide 1, because I played PlanetSide 1 for 4.5 years. So the best FPS game was PlanetSide 1 before they got rid of it and they made PlanetSide 2. I played PlanetSide 2 for 2 weeks because, in my opinion, it was shit. Compared to PlanetSide 1, it wasn't as good. It didn't have some of the cool mechanics that PlanetSide 1 had. I mean, Minecraft, I don't think anyone can say Minecraft is... I don't think anyone can generally say that for game ease of use and game stuff like that, nobody can say Minecraft was shit, right? Minecraft was a massive hit, and it still is pretty good. Again, I can't play vanilla because vanilla's boring, but I'll play modded. Every now and then I'll do a modded playthrough of some random thing, like all the mods I'll just pick up and play. But yeah, so for FPS it was definitely PlanetSide 1. I have a problem. I like a lot of different genres. For simulators it would probably be Farming Sim, because it's the only one that in theory is never ending, right? Most of these games, like I'm currently doing a series on Water Park Simulator and Car Dealer Simulator, which is great. They're considered simulators, but once you get to the end of them, you're at the end of them. You're done. That's it. There's nothing else to do in the game. You've completed everything, right? So they're finished. Farming Sim, you can download a different map and start again. It's different. It's like it's the same as Minecraft. It can never be completed in theory, because you can just download a different mod pack for Minecraft. And on Farming Sim, you can download a different map and you can download different mods to play. Right? This is why I say modded is always better, because you can expand the life of a game with a modded system. I do like the My Time series. I've got Satisfactory. I don't mind Satisfactory. Early on, Satisfactory is fine. It starts getting a bit tedious when you get to the later stages, and it's a bit harder to make the stuff you need, you know, because then it's a lot more juggling around. And the problem with that is that it makes me get bored of it. So I can get to a certain point in Satisfactory, and then I'll just be like, I'm kind of bored of it now, you know. I mean, that's happened on some Minecraft mod packs, so they're not all great. But some Minecraft mod packs I've played like halfway and then just gone, yeah, I'm bored now, and then just stopped playing. I mean, this, even farming sim, I can get bored with. Every now and then I'll be like, I played farming sim solidly for like 3 months, and now I need a break. So I'll take a break from it, and I might not play it for 6 months, and then I'll go back to it later and play it for another 4 months, and then I'll take another break from it, and I do it in steps. Playing it like this only once a week isn't so bad, because I get a break all of the week for it, and I only have to play it once a week, so it helps. So if I'm making a series on it, or I'm live streaming it and it's one of a handful of games I'm doing, then it's fine. But if it's the only game that I'm playing, I get bored of it, because it's just the same thing every day. I've been playing, I got a little game the other day came out the other day called Mine Mogul. And basically you get dropped down a mine shaft effectively, and you have to just mine ore, and it's like a little factory builder. I've practically completed it. I'm now at the harder stage where I have to do like 5,000 of every item, like, because you have to make rods, plates, ingots and pipe, and then there's gems as well. And I'm at the point where they want like 5,000 of everything, which is fine, but it's now a game that I put on and then I go downstairs and watch a movie, because I have everything automated, which means I don't have to do anything. I just have to have the game running, and it will just do it for me. So I have nothing actually to do in it now, but I put it up and then I go watch a movie and then come back up, and it's completed something. Maybe. I have a wide range of, I feel I have a wide range of games. The most games that I won't play are things like, I don't play MOBAs because they're boring as fuck. So no, like League of Legends, Hearthstone, anything like that, that's boring as hell. And I don't play any battle royales because boring as hell. So I play Battlefield, but I'll never play RedSec. I'll never play Battlefield RedSec because it doesn't interest me whatsoever. Not even in the slightest. Not even remotely interested in Battlefield RedSec. Let's put it the easy way. If you ever actually catch me playing Battlefield RedSec, and I don't mean loading in and then leaving again like I would normally, like, so if I'm playing in a party and they join RedSec, I'll just leave there and then. As soon as I realise that I'm in RedSec, I'll leave. I don't care. If you ever actually caught me playing RedSec or a Battle Royale, I'm being paid thousands and thousands of pounds to do it, because there's no way I would do it normally. Like that I would have to have been bought, and it's very hard to buy me. Put it this way, if they turned around and said, we'll give you 5,000, I'd still say no. If they said we'd give you 20,000, I'd say no. They'd have to give me like 50,000, and then I might consider playing it for an hour. That's it. That wouldn't get any more than that. Honestly, I really don't like Battle Royales. I just wouldn't play them. And it's not like I've not tried. There was one Battle Royale I did try, and I did one game just to try it, just because it was a new one out, and it wasn't Fortnite. It was a completely other thing. Realm Royale, I think it was. I played one game and it got down to me and one guy. So my first ever game, I got down to being the second guy left. And he got me just before I could get him. Like literally, I was about to finish him and he managed to finish me. So I didn't win. I would have been second. But had I have got him, I would have won. And it would have been the first Battle Royale that I played, the first game in that Battle Royale, and the first win, all in one go. And I just uninstalled it again after, because it didn't interest me. I just wanted to see if it was like, I'd seen Battle Royale playthroughs, or not playthroughs, I'd seen people making videos on Fortnite Battle Royale. I've seen RedSec now. This was a while ago, by the way. I'd seen other Battle Royales, and I was like, well, this looks a bit different. I'm going to try it. Again, it didn't really interest me. I almost won. If I'd have won, then I could have been like, everything was a first. First Battle Royale, first game in that Battle Royale, and first win. That would have been it. And then I would have just said, I've beaten it. I've beaten it. I've won. That's it. The old Call of Duty campaigns, yeah. So the campaigns, things like the Battlefield campaigns, and even the old Call of Duty campaigns. What was the other ones? Medal of Honor. I think Medal of Honor campaigns way back when they had a campaign before you could get into it. Like into the multiplayer side, they had a little campaign, didn't they? And I've played them. I've played those. Like the Titanfall 2 campaign. Titanfall 2 was all... Titanfall 1 was good. Titanfall 2 was pretty good as well. No interest in Apex. I went into Apex with one person, and I think we did one round, and then I left because I didn't like it. It was... I was hoping I was going to like Apex Legends because I liked Titanfall. And I didn't, because it was still a Battle Royale and it was still the same shitty game concept. So I just didn't like it. Just left. I mean, most people are surprised nowadays if I'm playing an FPS because I'm old. They assume that I'm playing fucking solitaire or something, I think, because of my age. I still like FPS games. And I'm not good at them, but I'm still not bad at them, you know? Like, I'm not the worst player on the team. I'm definitely not the best player on the team, but I'm certainly not the worst player on any team. I have bad matches, and then I have really good matches. Like most people. But I like simulators. I generally like cozy games, like your building games. So Star Sand, My Time, you know, Satisfactory. I'm currently kind of playing The Last Caretaker, Luma Island, which is a cozy game. And I'm doing a bunch of games that I play for YouTube. So Ship Graveyard Simulator 2, which is really good, really good. Ship Graveyard Simulator 2, Bookshop Simulator, Deconstruction Simulator, Car Dealer Simulator, Plant Nursery Simulator, Corner Kitchen Fast Food Simulator, Water Park Simulator, Used Cars Simulator, and Mall Simulator. I just started a series on Mall Simulator. Or will be, I think. Was that out already? Not sure if that might have gone out last week. Let me see. Yeah, the first Mall Simulator went out last week. TrueDeviL Simulator, yeah. I actually do a lot, really. I do 9 different games for YouTube. It's a YouTube series, so 9 different series running like all at the same time, technically, on YouTube. I just rotate 4 of those games every week. Like every Monday is Ship Graveyard Simulator, because it's a big game and it takes a long time to do anything in. So every Monday is Ship Graveyard, but Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday and Friday have their games rotate every 2 weeks. And then I stream 4 days a week as well. And that's on top of my work that I do for BattleBit. Because it's a little lax right now. When the BattleBit update comes out, if it gets good numbers and it takes off again, then I might get more busy doing BattleBit stuff. I might. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. Oh, and I've not long started streaming on Kick as well. Normally it was on Twitch, and then when they allowed us to dual stream, I switched over to Twitch and YouTube. And it was only a few weeks ago I was like, you know what, I might as well just throw Kick on as well. So I stream on 3 platforms at the same time. You get Twitch in 2K, like in 1440p, YouTube in 2K, and Kick in 1080. You love speedrunning horror games. Yeah. I've played a couple, but they don't massively interest me too much. My youngest and his girlfriend have been playing a lot of like scary games and escape room games. They've been enjoying those. But as I was saying earlier in the stream, I might consider. I'm considering getting a Steam frame when it's out. Because obviously, I work from home, I make videos, and I stream, which means I sit on my arse a lot. I literally sit in my chair 15 hours a day, just doing other things, right? Which means that I'm not very fit. And I'm hoping if I buy a frame that I can get things like Beat Saber and I can maybe use it like a workout routine. Because I'm having fun. I'm doing something I enjoy doing, which is playing games, but in a fun way and in a more healthy way. Now, what I would love to do is get the Steam frame, get Beat Saber, and get a walking treadmill, and combine all of that together, so I can walk on the walking treadmill and play Beat Saber at the same time. That would require a lot more concentration and coordination, which would keep my brain more active. So it would be keeping my body active and keeping my brain active. Right now, I'm only keeping my brain active. Playing games just keeps my brain active. That's it. But if I get something like Beat Saber, I'll be flinging my arms around, trying to hit blocks. I don't even know how much it is. How much is Beat? Search the store. It's only £25. Not that bad. This game requires a VR headset in order to play. Well, give me your VR headset, Steam, your new VR headset, and I'll play it. Seems to have... You've got a lot of DLC though, right? Oh, so single songs. Jesus Christ, 249 DLCs. Damn. Single songs are like £2. But you can buy, like, say, for instance, the Monster Cat mixtape, which is, I guess, a bunch of Monster Cat tunes. You get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, so it's £12.72 for 12 Monster Cat songs that you can play. Oh, I get it. Yeah, I get it for £12.72. Man, that's not bad. That's not bad. I just need the frame. That's all. That's all. I need to wait until I can buy the frame if I decide to buy it. Probably get the frame. I'll buy Beat Saber. I'll put on a song and give myself a heart attack trying to do it. I think I'm going to go and get a drink. Need a drink. I'll be back in a bit.
What's on your mind? Can I read it from your eyes? Can we leave and make the time stand still? What if we stay? Pretend there's nothing else. What if we stay?
Did I hear that Netflix bought Warner Brothers? Yeah. Yeah. So hopefully we'll get Warner Brothers library appear on Netflix, which will be like really good. Okay, I had someone on Kick talking to me, but my app is not, my chat's not showing me the Kick messages. Okay, my multi-chat isn't working with Kick. Let me disconnect it. Allow access. Yeah, I've just reconnected it. I don't know why, but someone, I just quickly popped the browser up and looked at the stream manager for Kick. And someone come in and said hi, but it didn't show in my multi-chat. Oh, and now it's showing that I have 2 viewers on Kick, which it wasn't showing me either. I might have to report the Atom stream suite as being a bit weird. So if someone wants to say something on Kick and say hi, I just want to see if the chat works now. If you don't want to talk to me, that's fine. But, you know, you're missing out. But just say hi or something and let me know that the chat works, because I missed saying hi to the guy because I just didn't see it. It just didn't show in my chat. The rest are working. Everything else is working. Huh. Okay, so there's also a problem with Strix, who does Kick alerts. It's saying that the token isn't found for Strix. What is going on? Why is Kick going wrong? Allow access. I think they changed it because it's just asked me to allow Strix access again. Now it says I'm logged in. Let me refresh the Kick chat quickly. No, it's still telling me Strix token not found. Huh. my alerts are set up. Let me see if Botrix responds. Botrix did respond. So Botrix is working in the chat. It's just I don't understand why it's telling me that the Botrix token isn't found then. I'm confused. Oh, we're done. This is going to have missed a few corners here and there. Really tight corners. Like this one, maybe a couple at the top. No, it's not too bad. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why it's telling me the Botrix token isn't found when it's working, or seems to be. Also, I would need a new follower to find out on Kick. Nope, this corner needs doing. Where else has it missed? A little bit there, which I already know about. I think this one might be fine up here then. I can see a dark bit on the corner. Yeah, it did miss a bit. I thought it might. I was like, huh. Why is that other screen telling me that it's fine? It clearly missed a bit here. That's good. We're done. Now we can seed it. Okay, that's a kick alert. Thank you, Sniper. Is it Sniper or like you've got Sinper? Was it meant to be Sniper? But yeah, thank you for that. It seems to work. Okay, Raphael, I have no idea what that means. You misspelled it and now it's your username everywhere. Yeah, it happens, doesn't it? But hi, Raphael, welcome to the stream. At least I know chat's working now. My multi, it just must have got disconnected somehow. Multi-chat must have just got disconnected. I hope that's not a recurring thing, because otherwise I'll never know half the time. But you've had it for like 3 years now. Yeah. That's why, like, I have a habit of, like, posting in places. Like, you go to my Steam or even the panels in Twitch and that or whatever, and it will say that I'm the original TrueDeviL. Because when I made my name, like, 35 years ago, I was the original TrueDeviL. Nobody else was using that name. And now other people are using it. And I'm like, you know, be original. Like that literally was my original name that I came up with. And now other people are using it. I see that there's somebody on DeviantArt that's using it. And a couple of other people. I forgot to take the cedar with me. So I'm kind of like, you know, whenever I see somebody else using TrueDeviL, I'm just like, for God's sake. Like, that's why on Kick my nickname is OG TrueDeviL and not just TrueDeviL. Because someone stole it. And I don't even think they stream. I think it's just a user that made it and then doesn't do anything else with the account. Which makes it even worse. You know, I'd thought of it, Brody. I will admit. I had thought of it. But I don't know if I'm really that vain. At the end of the day, it's like, you know, I mean, it is my brand name, but I mean, hell, my company is called TrueDeviL Gaming, so there's also a Twitch, not a Twitch. There's a YouTube channel called TrueDeviL Gaming, but it's got nothing to do with me. Oh, no, don't go on there, don't go on there. Actually, I think we're lucky. I think that's at the first growth stage, so it didn't get ruined. I was reading chat, not paying attention where I was driving. Yeah, I think it's fine. It's I think it is its first growth stage because it was only last month I planted it, so it didn't actually wipe anything out. You can drive over it on its first growth stage, it's fine. But if it's any older than that, then it will just put tracks in there. Why do you always do that? It always switches lane when I don't want it to. I want you to go straight, not around the corner. There we go, done. I'm guessing that was Raphael just throwing in any message just to see if the chat worked. It does. Great. I'll just have to keep an eye on it once in a while, I guess, and reconnect it. But the Botrix token is still an error somewhere, but not on my side, because it apparently works. So how is everyone's Christmas doing? Is everyone doing okay for Christmas so far? I know it can be a downer for some people, and it can be an upper for some other people. I don't have any young children, so for me it's kind of meh. And I have things to be down for at Christmas. Apart from the fact of the 2 funerals in the last week. I'm just trying to stay positive. I'm trying to stay upbeat and positive and on track. What day does Christmas Day fall on? Thursday. Right, so I won't be streaming Christmas Eve because I don't stream on Wednesdays anyway. I probably won't be streaming on Christmas Day. Monday and Tuesday I'll probably stream. So the 22nd and 23rd I'll probably stream. I probably won't stream Christmas Day, but I have done before. But from Boxing Day onwards I might stream. We'll see. I streamed on Christmas Day because the wife did she's right now she's a support worker, but she used to be a care worker and she done a sleep overnight, so she weren't going to get in until like midday anyway, so I just streamed on Christmas morning because we didn't open our presents until halfway through the day because like nobody was in. It was just me in pretty much. Everyone was out doing other stuff. There's about two more hours left on a Friday. My streams are usually 3 hours, but on a Friday I do 5 hours because it's farming sim, because it requires a longer time slot. Because everything in it takes longer to do. Going to be here now for like an hour just seeding this, and then I'll have to roll it, which may not take quite an hour because it's a bigger roller. It's quite big, the roller. But we might get this field completely finished by the time I'm done. You got to go. You probably be on the next stream. Well, yeah, next one's Monday. I don't know what game it will be. Whatever. If Jealousy's around, we might do Salt. If not, I'll probably do Power Wash Sim or Battlefield. We'll see. All right. Well, thanks for stopping by. Thank you for the subs and whatnot. The follow on Kit and on Kick. I'll see you next time. Have a good weekend, Demon. I wonder why it went straight and it didn't just turn the corner like it should have. Oh, my now playing block isn't locked. Hang on. I'm going to accidentally move it. Over the weekend, as I said, I've got a... Well, tonight I've got finished editing for next week's YouTube series. And then over the weekend I've got to download like 200 more songs from no copyright sound, so I can have other songs in the background too. I also need to try and figure out my thing. Something I want to quickly check as well. The game will go quiet. You can hear the music and you'll be able to hear me. But, where is it? What the hell? Overlay items. Yeah, it's not in now. Stuff. Overlay images, no, not it. I'm trying to figure out. I noticed that my little thing in the top left, top right with my logo and stuff, it only seems to show Twitch followers on now. I need to fix that. Because what one is it then? That one? Okay, I don't know. Nope, it's not that one. Oh, it's the rotating widget. Well, that's done by Stream Elements. So for some reason, it's only reading Twitch chat and nothing else. It doesn't read. It's not working with Kick or YouTube. So I want to try and see if I can fix it because it's kind of wrong. Da, 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 da. I think I know why. Because I'm using how do I do that then? I need it to, why is it not reading it from alert? Overlays. See, that's alert. Twitch. I've got to log in to Twitch stuff. Sorry. I want to try and get it fixed, but I keep forgetting to do it. Right. Alpha rotating feed. Yeah, see, this is where it's... This is where it's wrong. How do I get... What's event 1? None. I think this don't only work with Twitch stuff. That kind of sucks. No, this has got embers. Okay, hold on then. So, text options, icon options, event 1, event type none. What event am I using? Now that's to follow a goal. Oh my God, I don't know which one. I don't know which one I'm using. This says text options, icon options, event 1 is name and amount, so that must be sub. Event 2 is name and count. Event 3 but I don't know what the event is. No, I have to do this later because I can't figure it out right now. I'll have to figure it out later. What would be nice is if I could show like the latest follower on whatever platform it was. You know, the latest follower then the platform, and then same as sub and the platform. It's not set up for that though. It's designed to, I think it's only designed to work with Twitch, so I might have to try and figure something else out. Instead of it coming up like the Jealousy for bits and Serenity for follow and Epic Wolf for donation, I could have like Kick and it would show the Kick stuff. Maybe I could just have all three, but just have smaller text. Wonder if that would work. I'll have to try it. It says I can click, like I can pick Embers, which was Mixer. Mixer's not even around anymore, so mind you, if Mixer hasn't been removed, it's possible Kick hasn't been added. That wouldn't surprise. Kind of want to just get the bloody thing fixed though, because it's annoying that it only shows Twitch. Can't really see a lot like this with you, can you? You can't really see what it's doing. It's just sewing. Once we've done this, we've just got to roll it. Because rolling gives like a 3% bonus. This is like yield bonus 92%. If we roll it, it'll go up to 95. Man, if I do get a Steam frame, I'm going to have to try and find some decent VR games. Can Steam list VR games in your library? Man, wow, I have none. Great job. Thanks, Steam. God damn it. Subnautica is VR. No Man's Sky, Everspace, Elite Dangerous, Dirt Rally 2. Okay, I do have some games that are VR compatible, but not the games I friggin' wanted. Well, that's a shame. I thought you could use, I thought I'd seen people using, in fact, I have seen someone using VR in Euro Truck. I don't know how they got it working then if it's not VR compatible. But even Dirt Rally 2 is VR compatible. And that's well old. So I'm confused why some of these newer games are not. Might finish a little earlier today, actually, because I've got a lot of stuff to do. Still got a lot of stuff to do this week, so maybe instead of finishing at 6, I'll finish at 5. You get 4 hour stream instead of a 5 hour stream. And then I can get the other 200 songs downloaded that I need. do me editing that I need to do. Fix me rotating widget thingy. Has anyone got an idea on the release date for the frame? I haven't looked. Let's see if I can Google it. Steam frame date. Early 2026. Potentially within the first quarter. So by March 31st. Okay. That's not too far. Yeah, that doesn't seem too far. It's me free. If I do finish in 5 my time, it'll be like 20 minutes ish. Let's see, 25 minutes. I was a little late, so I'm going to grab another drink. Back in a minute. Okay, I'm back. I went down to get a drink. Came up, sat down. Doorbell rang. Go back down. Go back down, see the doorbell. My parcel. I have a really good stereo downstairs. Super good stereo, like bassy and everything. Really good. Problem is, it's old school. Doesn't have Bluetooth. Seeing as our phones and everything now don't have headphone jacks, I can't get any of my music into it. So I bought a little unit from Amazon, a little thing from Amazon, which is basically a converter. So it's a Bluetooth, it's like a Bluetooth dongle, but it has phono lead out. So I can plug that into the stereo. So I've got to see if that works yet. Oh, it's powered. Okay. Huh. Well, that's going to present a problem because I don't know if I've got anywhere to plug it in. Like, I was wondering that because it's got like a volume control on it and stuff, and I'm like, well, where does it get the power from? So basically it's like this little unit that I put on top of the stereo, and it gets plugged into USB. Yeah, you put a USB-C into it, gives it 5 volt 1 amp. It's also got a converter at USB-A to do the same thing. Which I have. I've got an old phone plug somewhere that I can use. And it's got aux. I'm not sure if that's in or out. And then RCA. Oh, it's got an SD card slot in there as well. That's interesting. Oh. So it can play directly off the SD card. I wouldn't need my phone, although it is still Bluetooth. You just put your phone near it and it picks it up. It seems like a good unit. I just got to test it now. Need to test it and see if it works and if it does what I want. Not a very big lead though. I don't know if it's going to reach the plug socket. And no instructions, not really. I mean, it's Chinese, what do you expect? It doesn't tell me what the maximum size of SD card I can put in. Oh, wait. Wait. I might have found it. Wait, this can do hands-free calling as well? What the hell? Huh. Interesting. It's just an NFC wireless receiver. That's pretty much all it is. Bluetooth mode. When BR6 has been connected to the smart device, such as smartphone via Bluetooth, play music on the smart device and speaker will synchronize the music. Hawks may connect the product to a smart device such as smartphone, the speaker system with synchronizing music. Okay. Micro SD card mode or U-Disc mode. What the hell is a U-Disc? Insert the micro SD card or U-Disc mode and the product will automatically recognize the music from the micro SD card or U-Disc. Well, that's great. What size card can I put in it? If it's only like 4 gig or something, that's going to be barely any music at all. And there's no screen. How would I know what tune it's playing? Like what music it's playing from the disc? You can't select what tune you want. You just hit play and hope. I think I'll just leave it on Bluetooth mode. Be much easier. Yeah, there's zero information on size of the SD card. Wonder if I can find it. Amazon. Your orders. Still doesn't tell me what SD card to put in it. I'm probably not going to use it with an SD card, but it'd still be nice to know. $60-day return on it. Amazon would say differently. Someone's saying it works. Easy to set up, but it does not hold a charge. It's not supposed to hold a fucking charge. It's powered by USB. It doesn't hold charge. It's got no battery. Diagram clearly shows a charging socket. USB-C works well, but not mobile. What? I think he's rambling about some other crap thing. And connect only one Bluetooth device at a time. Okay, well that's fine. Don't need much more. Someone said the sound quality was bad for it. Using a Denon AV amp. Denon make good amp, or did make. Works well as a simple Bluetooth receiver. I found that it needs a decent source of power, i.e. the computer's on USB speed ports were not adequate. No, because they probably don't do 1 amp. I don't know. With a separate power adapter, e.g. phone charger, is fine. With insufficient power, there's a terrible hiss or noise. Okay. So yeah, so don't run it off your USB on your computer. Well, you're probably not meant to. Sorry for anyone that just joined. I was just talking about a thing that I bought from Amazon. I'm reading some instructions on it because I need to test it. And reading reviews. Amazon reviews can be quite useful sometimes, and then downright pathetic most other times, because they'll do things like they'll give it a 1-star review because it didn't fit what they originally wanted it to fit, because they got the size wrong. Not because it just didn't fit, it's because they got the size wrong. So, you know, they'll be like, oh, when it came, it was 1 inch long and I needed it 2 inches. And you read the description, it says it's 1 inch long. They buy it anyway because they're stupid. But then they give it a 1-star review saying it didn't fit. I've seen some really dumb Amazon reviews as well. Really, really dumb. Well, the item came and it worked as expected. It did exactly what I wanted. However, the box was damaged, so I'm going to give it a 1-star review. And it's like, bro, you're reviewing the item, not the box. You moron. If the item works, it works. Have some fucking brains, for God's sake. I ordered a power washer. You know, I had to replace mine. My one broke. I ordered another power washer. When it came, it had a 2-pin European style plug on it. We don't use those plugs. I didn't give it a 1-star review. I gave it a 3-star review for the simple reason it came with the wrong fucking plug. And I literally said it. Actually, no, I didn't even review it. Actually, it was in the returns. I said in the returns that these probably shouldn't be sold in the UK because we don't use fucking European plugs. Because it was on the UK Amazon site, but clearly it was sold from Europe somewhere. Completely different country. We shouldn't even have them. It's someone who's just picked up, you know, they've seen a deal, they've picked up 500 of them or 1,000 of them or more, and they're like, oh, we'll just sell them on the UK Amazon because we're stupid and don't understand that they don't use other plugs. I mean, the UK uses the safest power plugs on the planet. But we don't use European plugs and we don't use dodgy ones like that, you know? Right, yeah, I think I will finish an hour earlier today. So we've got like 7 minutes left. We'll go until 5:10 because I started about 1:10. And then I'll get to downloading some more tunes and I'll get to doing me editing, testing this thing out. I may have to buy a bigger USB-A, a longer USB-A to USB-C cable, power cable for it though. If it works fine, then I'll buy a bigger cable. May actually have one that fits. I might have one long enough knocking around some. If not, I'll just have to. And I've got to find my phono leads as well. I bought this thing. I'll probably find out that I could have just plugged my Alexa into it and used that. That would be funny. Just send it back again and be like, I seem to already have something that does the same thing. Man, I was like, there's 2 minutes to the end of stream. I need a song to come on that's around 2 minutes long so that I can just play a full song as the outro. And the song that came on was 1 minute 59 seconds. Like, when I looked down, as it started playing, I looked down at how much time was left, and I was on 3 hours, 58 minutes and 3 seconds or something. So it's like 2 seconds longer than what I needed. Man, that was just... I wish I had other luck like that. So at the end of this song is when I'll be finishing, and I'll switch over to something else. A different song. Yeah, that's hilarious. Like 10 seconds. All right. Thank you for watching. I will see you next time. I'll be back on Monday with something. I'll see you then.
I'm so tired, got me weak when I wake up. On a weekend when I'm not messed up. What a shame you only know my name. What a show call off your circus. All your jokes come off so ruthless. Bye bye, you can miss me with that shit. I think of you when I'm intoxicated. I don't know why I get frustrated. I bet I was on your mind. Last night we fell by your side. Oh, you can't deny. I bet you wish it's you and I can see that you still try. Oh, your sweetest dream. Time flies by and you still look so dumb. Getting bored too soon of your new hunt. Don't even get me started on. You think you're the beat to every ghost drum. I see a boy who missed his home run. Boo-hoo, you can miss me with that shit. I think of you when I'm intoxicated.
Wrong screen.